So right now, you're talking live over our live stream.
I see. Okay.
But it's not. So they can talk into those microphones, but then they'll also need to use this as well. So it's cumbersome, I know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we get the technology bugs out, and we get to the podium here in just a moment for the president of Kendall College of Art and Design to make her introduction, I've asked Salvador Garcia if he would open with a song this morning. So, Salvador, it's all yours. This seems like a wonderful room to sing in, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, no reason why this microphone should be going strictly into our computer and out onto the internet.
Paradigma está en los sauces de las orillas del río, pero no vayan a creer, es un pájaro. Transparente corre el agua, nadando a su alimento, son peces multicolores, los observa muy atento. Tiene el nombre de un santito que siempre llevaba escoba, aunque su tarea era dura por tantísima basura. Era un hombre muy humilde y de moreno color, y limpiaba el corazón del hombre que es pecador. Si tú lo has adivinado, yo te lo voy a decir. Es tocayo del santito que se llamó San Martín. El nombre del pajarito es el Martín pescador. Y habita en los ríos y arroyos del lugar que vivo yo. Pobrecito Martincillo, qué confundida te diste, en lugar de atrapar peces, entre bolsas te volviste, sin poder abrir tus alas, al mundo fuiste a dar. Yo pienso que aquel santito a ti te vino a salvar. La canción con buena rima es bonita de verdad, pero si te da enseñanzas es mejor que las demás. Cuando le vayas al baño, no pues te queda en engaño, tu excremento vas al río, ya otras gentes hace daño. ¿Dónde está la inteligencia? ¿Dónde está el buen saber? Si todo lo que ensuciamos lo tendremos que comer. Esta agua tan preciada, transparente debe ser, sin basura y sin residuos que la echan a perder. Escuche bien el mensaje de este Martín pescador. desde toda la basura que encuentran alrededor, a los de las carreteras, playas y ríos también, siempre mantengan limpios, qué bonito se ha de ver. Okay, this song is like a conference. This one invites to reflection and action. Invite to be deliberate, invite to chant different lives. Let's start life, and respect the nature, and respect the wildlife, and team feature. Well, I have this song is good to give you all this to let. Thank you very much.
That's great. What a way to start out. Good morning. I would have sung to you, but it wouldn't have sounded like that. Sure. So so here's the challenge. We've chosen 3 different venues, right? In each venue, the technology is a little bit different from place to place. Vincent St. Germain, who's managing the technology for this, is attempting to get us up and going here, along with the technology staff, the IT staff from Kendall College of Art and Design. We're going to get there. One thing I know for sure is that we must use the podium today for all speaking, because it's the only place where we can get both the sound in the room and over the live stream, the live stream that we have going out. So we have, looks like about 5 people right now who are on, who've been part of the conference, or part of the conference this morning by live streaming from someplace else in the world. So I've stalled about as long as I can. Anybody else want to sing? Madam President, you and I can do a duet. We good to go? Good as we can be? All right. Thank you all very much. So, all right, now, part of the problem is that this table ends up with this back to the speaker. I'm sorry for that. And I suggested to Vincent that we rearrange the room and just about briefed on it. So we're not going to do that. We're going to use the podium. So we are at Kendall College of Art and Design. Perhaps all you know about Kendall College of Art and Design at this point is Dr. Gail Bryant, who has been, is it come through, Gail? Oh, good. Okay. I thought you were giving me a signal. So, you know Gail. Gail has been the heart and soul of this conference, putting it together, all the logistics, meeting you at the airport, assisting you in any way that you needed. And Kendall has made this wonderful facility available to us. Let me just take 1 minute and say something about this building before I introduce the president of the college. This was the old federal building in Grand Rapids, and Madam President, maybe you're going to say more about this building. So I will only say that it had fallen to extreme disrepair. The city ended up owning the building. The roof was leaking. It was a disaster. In fact, the entire northwest corner of the building
Test.
Kendall School of Art, and its mission was to provide an education in the fundamental principles of art and to offer encouragement to aspiring artists. When Kendall first opened its doors in 1931, the total enrollment was 35 art students. Today, Kendall College of Art and Design has an enrollment of nearly 1,500 students who study studio art disciplines, furniture design, graphic design, collaborative design, interior design, industrial design, digital media, illustration, architecture, art history, and art education. The dual enrollment program provides opportunities for motivated high school students to begin their college studies early. And the continuing study program offers art and design education to learners of all ages. In the year 2000, the historic merger of KCAD with Ferris State University facilitated the growth of the curricular offerings, the increase in students, faculty, and staff, and the expansion of facilities that we see today. In addition to the two main buildings on Fountain Street, Ferris State University and KCAD opened the doors of the newly renovated and LEED certified Woodbridge and Ferris Building in the fall of 2012. And in 2013, the Urban Institute for Contemporary Art, known as UICA, merged with KCAD and Ferris, thus completing the three-building and multi-block campus we see today. And it is, of course, not simply the buildings and the multi-purpose facilities supporting a full range of art and design education, but especially the creative community of students, faculty, and staff that make KCAD the unique institution it is today. KCAD looks within to build confidence and disciplinary depth for its students, and it looks outward to the community of Grand Rapids as an advocate for the arts and design, and in partnership with neighborhoods, businesses, community arts organizations, and institutions to inspire the same excellence in art and design and entrepreneurial spirit that was the initial inspiration for David Wolcott Kendall. This morning, I offer a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the entire community of KCAD. We're very impressed with the important work that you're doing. We're proud to serve as one of the host institutions to the Regional Center of Expertise 2015 Conference of the Americas here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I hope you enjoy your stay here and that your conference is productive and enlightening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks for taking time out of your very busy schedule today to join us here. How are we doing? Okay. There, now we can hear a little better because we got a handheld. I think for purposes of the speakers, if there's a place to rest this, is that possible, or will they need to hold it? Let's check. How are we doing with the sound for translators in back? Is it coming through okay? And you're hearing okay here in front? Okay? Maybe this will help. Maybe this will help. Salvador, if you'd had this, you would have shattered the windows. Okay. Well, that's all right. That's all right. Thank you for your help. All right. So we're going to get immediately into our program for the morning and actually start it on time, which I'm grateful for that. This morning we're going to have a youth session as our first program for the day. So John Yee will be presenting along with Ryan Huppert, whom you met yesterday and who's a member of our Grand Rapids RCE, Dina Gielhode, and Jessica Kim from Calvin College will also be presenting this morning. Let me remind these speakers and any others who are speaking today, as I reminded you yesterday, it's really important for you to slow your speech pace down a little bit so that the translators can translate appropriately. Some speakers use a rapid delivery style. We're not naming any names. But Some use a rapid delivery style. Please try to slow your speech down a little bit this morning. We're actually using 3 microphones as far as I can tell this morning. This one will have to be held. The speaker will need to speak into this microphone, but also use these 2 so that we can live stream this presentation out to those who are watching. With that, let me turn the microphone over to John Yee.
Just trying to call people. So Uni's in India, and we're trying to get some.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, Uni.
It's Uni.
And we're trying to get Deepika. She's from the Mahatma Gandhi Institute for UNESCO in India, and she's the lead institute for the Youth for GAP for Priority 4. Louder? Oh. Is this okay? Is that better? All right. I don't like mics. So as I said, we're waiting for Deepika. She's from the Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Peace, and it's part of UNESCO, and they're the leading institute for youth for the GAP for Priority 4. So she said she was trying to join, but she's not online yet.
I don't think I can.
I can keep trying to call her while I'm doing her presentation.
Yeah. No, she hasn't.
That's fine.
Oops. I guess I don't think since she hasn't accepted our request.
Yeah, but once you request, I can just add her.
Okay.
Right?
All right, sure. Absolutely. Another presentation is right
Yeah. Can you move the laptop over a bit? Can squeeze mine in.
here. Sure.
Uni, can you hear us? Uni?
Yes, John, I can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. Great. Greetings to all from India.
Okay, good. All right, I think we're ready to go. So this is our youth meeting, I guess, our strategic youth meeting for the Americas. I'm John Yee, if you don't know me. I lead the Global Youth Network, or at least I try to. It's been difficult so far, and I'll give you a little update about what we've been doing the last few months and some gaps and some hurdles that we've been encountering because it's been tough to organize everybody. So right now what we do is we have monthly meetings, and most of the youth.
John, don't get too far away from the gooseneck mic, please.
Talk through this
We
one?
need that to.
Oh, okay. So do both. Okay, so we do monthly meetings right now, and most of the meetings are from youth in Africa, Asia, and South America. We have, I think, 2 in South America and then 1 youth in Europe that calls in. So altogether, we have around 24 youth part of this network, And on average, we have 14 to 16 people that call in for our meetings. And so we meet once a month. And at these meetings, we just do what we did yesterday. And we go around the table discussing and giving each other updates about what we've been doing. And so we have two Facebook groups. One is the Global Youth Network, and that's the one where it's public and everybody can go on, and we post things about sustainable development, about youth, about anything that we find interesting as youth. And then we have another one, which is a closed group, and that's the Global RCE Youth Network members, and that's where we tell each other about conferences, we share agenda, meeting minutes, we share documents, and things like that that shouldn't be public yet, I don't think. So just private stuff. So issues we've been having is engagement. So at first everybody loved it, everybody came to the meetings, but slowly people kind of died off. And part of the reason why is because a lot of youth, I felt, and Uni felt, that they just wanted a title. They didn't want to work for it, and they just wanted to be, let's say, African Region Coordinator for Youth, but they didn't want to do anything for that. And so when we tried to create the network at the beginning, a lot of people just wanted to create the hierarchy, give each other roles, and Uni. Oh, there you go. And keep the mic. And Uni and I decided that it wasn't appropriate yet to create this hierarchy because we wanted to make sure that everybody was inclusive, everybody had a role, everybody participated. And once we kind of kept doing that for the next couple of months, people started dying off. So we kind of realized that people just wanted those titles and just to put that on the resume and stuff like that. So it's tough to find those youth that are actually engaged and want to push issues through without titles.
You're going to have to
Okay. All right. So some of the work, there we go, I have to yell basically. Some of the work we've been doing, sorry, went too far. Never mind. So I'll do the work after. So some of the networking events we've been doing is YUVA. So YUVA is a Youth Unite for Voluntary Action, and that's in India, and that's every year around the end of January, the beginning of February, and it brings youth from all over India, from all the colleges, to talk about sustainable development. And then at the same meeting, we invite some youth from RCEs to participate, and they fly them full funded to India to have an RCE event. And I've been to a few of them, and they're great too. So it's something that we do like this. We discuss issues and strategy and update each other. And another problem is from the last, hold up, somebody messaged us. Just laugh. So same issues we had with people joining the network. So we brought all these youth to India to be part of this RCE meeting, and none of them actually joined the youth network. So we've been trying to email them to join these meetings that we have once a month, and they're not participating. And these were supposedly engaged youth at RCEs that we funded to come to India and fly them in. But it's hard to engage them, and we don't know why. We think that maybe co-coordinators of RCEs need to take a bigger role in aligning and guiding youth to be part of this network and to get their work and to basically hold their hands for a bit. Opeduca, I don't know how to really pronounce that, but that's the European group. There's going to be a conference in November. They're bringing 150 youth together from those RCEs to have a meeting. And there might be opportunities to send other youth from other RCEs there. So next time we have a meeting, which is probably going to be at the end of the month, I'll give you guys an update on that. Another one is the youth internship program that we've created. And that's an initiative of RCE Saskatchewan. And I think Roger and Lyle talked a little bit about that yesterday. And that's where we're sending youth to basically be RCE ambassadors to other RCEs and to promote work and to send them to conferences and to just promote RCEs around the world and to give us a bigger voice at conferences. Just announced was the 5th conference of Africa. I don't know too much about that, but that was just announced. We've been talking about that lately and getting updates. And so at the next meeting, I know there's going to be a youth component. And at the end of this month, I'll have more information for that. And some of our youth would like to talk about their work at Calvin College.
All right, thank you. I'm a local student here in Grand Rapids. I go to Calvin College, which is a liberal arts college here in Grand Rapids. And Calvin College is making very big strides in sustainability in colleges. Each year, I feel like we have more and more projects thanks to passionate students and willing administrators. Some of the work we have going on at Calvin is a community garden, which helps students become engaged with food and where it comes from. The Environmental Stewardship Coalition is for students to come up with ideas on how to save energy, and then the money they save goes back into that fund. And those are just some things we're doing, along with the Food Recovery Network, which takes food from the dining halls that would otherwise be thrown away and donates that to charity. Something I'm very involved with is the Sustainability Coordinators, which is every dorm on campus has one or more students that are involved in different sustainability initiatives. So we get together once a week and think about different ideas of things we could do. And we have some really cool events, like bringing a farmer's market to campus and doing different things like that. Each January, we have a big event in between the 2 semesters of fall and spring. And we, all the dorms compete to try to gain points. And to gain points, you do different lifestyle challenges like becoming vegetarian or not showering as much or turning off the lights and things like that. So it's really great fun, and we tally up the points and celebrate at the end of the month. So that's some of the stuff I'm involved with Calvin College in working with sustainability within colleges.
Hi, my name is Jess. I'm a recent graduate of Messiah College, and I'm currently interning through Calvin College with Plaster Creek Stewards. It's a pretty small but impressive nonprofit. We're doing a lot of work in the Plaster Creek watershed to clean up the watershed. It's pretty polluted. Our projects involve a lot of native plant propagation, as well as installing rain gardens and bioswales to clean up the water so that it percolates through the soil instead of going directly into rivers and eventually Lake Michigan. I decided to work with this organization because I saw a lot of potential. Sometimes it's frustrating to see youth who aren't actually involved in sustainability. Maybe they are at first, but it's harder than they think because it's a very long-term process. But I see a lot of potential here and a lot of good work being done. And one of my favorite things is to see people at their best doing what they love, and I see that here. And I've seen that among many of my peers as well. So there is hope, and we are really excited to continue work in sustainability and restoration. And I'm excited to learn from you today. Thank you.
Great. Hi, my name is Ryan Huppert. Get them both mics here. I'm a member of the RCE Grand Rapids here, and also my job that I get paid for is that I'm an assistant principal at a local middle and high school here in Grand Rapids Public School called City High School and the Center for Economicology, which is kind of a combination of the words economics and ecology, somewhat synonymous with sustainability. Sound familiar, right? So wanted to speak to you guys a little bit today about an event that we created here through our RCE called the Youth Virtual Conference. And as you can see up above, we've had various RCEs join us, their youth, I should say, join us in this conference. It's a virtual conference, and that is to say that it occurs in real time at your site through virtual technology. So we utilize different platforms. Vince St. Germain here, our tech guru, has been instrumental in setting it up, but we've used platforms such as Blackboard Collaborate, and we're looking at using Uvu. And what we do is we connect students with each other from across RCEs across the world in real time to present on sustainability related issues of their region, such as food issues, water issues, and the next conference that we have coming up is focusing on energy issues. So what's great about the conference is because we're utilizing technology in real time, obviously we have to work through some glitches, but once we do, the footprint for the conference is very, very small, right? The impact is large. Students are interacting with each other across borders, across cultures, somewhat across languages as well, to discuss issues of sustainability. And they're doing that all from their own classrooms, from their own schools, without having to fly across the world and create that carbon footprint. So you can see below, some of you in the room, I'm sure, have been involved with this in your RCEs. And we thank you very much for your participation and counting on folks here in the room to get engaged in our next conference, or to find some youth in your area that'd be interested in getting engaged. We're looking to host the 3rd Youth Virtual Conference towards the beginning of 2016. So what I'll be doing is sending out an invitation to all of you. Some of you I've already connected with, but I will send out some invitations to some folks to whom this is new. And we will utilize something like Doodle or a scheduling app to make sure that we can align our schedules to make the conference work. So the conference also, one thing I should mention is here in the United States, the term youth generally goes lower than 18, right? And so we're engaging students at the secondary level, generally 16, 17, and 18-year-old high schoolers in this conference. So the idea is that you, as you know, RCE members would work with an educator or a school in your community whom you think would have an interest in participating in the conference. And then I would connect with them, and then we would then go ahead and set up all of the details. One thing that's, I think, very powerful, and you can see in the bullets up above, is that really, obviously, today's youth, they're gonna be the future leaders who are solving these wicked problems of sustainability, right? And unless we give them that practice of having that dialogue across cultures, right, across borders, across geographic regions, they won't have those skills unless we help them to hone those skills in. Obviously, these problems of sustainability, as we know, they transcend these little geographic lines that we like to draw on the maps. And unless our students are savvy in navigating those larger areas, they need to have those skills. Some of the benefits of the conference that I've seen, which are very powerful, is that students, obviously some of the regional specific strategies that folks are utilizing to become more sustainable differ from region to region, right? Especially when it comes around food and water. But what doesn't necessarily differ from region to region, and what I think we'd like to refer to as more of those universal themes of sustainability are things like collaboration, diversification, right, communication. Those larger themes are what students are gleaning from this experience. And I think they're adding that to their toolkit to say, okay, if we're going to become more sustainable members of our global community, we need to diversify, we need to collaborate, we need to communicate. And those are the big ticket takeaways that students and educators and audience members are gleaning from the conference. So would encourage you all to get involved with it, and I'll be utilizing our email, I guess you could say list from this event to send out a link and engage folks from there. Also, I would like to mention, if you have a group of students who won't necessarily be interested in presenting, but they would like to participate as an audience member, we stream this all live, and then we provide you with a link. So similar to this event, you can log in as an audience member, a whole classroom at a time, schools all across the world, to observe. And also, if you don't necessarily want to be involved in the direct dialogue or presenting, you can live chat. So students are able to post questions, and presenters, the students who are presenting can see those and respond to those in real time. And then we also we record the event, and so we also have that for folks as a link who can watch the event and see these presentations from students, whether it's in the Netherlands or Medellin, Colombia, or Curitiba, or Lima, Callao, or Grand Rapids, Portland, Saskatchewan, you name it. Kids from around the world have been involved in it, so you can see that great international dialogue on sustainability happening. Does anybody have any questions for me before I turn the mic back to John? No? Yeah, sure, in the back. Yeah, so what we've had to do is we have had to require a single language for the conference to be kind of organized around, which has been English. However, we've had folks on within their site to have interpretation there for members as needed. So that's been an issue that we've had to work with folks at their sites to come up with some solutions, but the initial official language for the conference is in English. Yep, good question, thank you. Deb?
All these other youth networks around the world and platforms, and so do you want to keep it to RCE? Do you want those other youth in on the chat only? What have you thought about how you might want to interact with those?
So as far as at this point, we've had the presenting groups have been from the RCEs. However, we have sent out the link to various educators so that other people can come in and see what's happening, and perhaps spur some interest in the RCE networks. As we all know, there are many places throughout the world that are very active in sustainability and don't have an RCE represented in their community. And so hoping that maybe this will spur some interest to help to grow the network. Yes, sir.
First of all, congratulations on your efforts. Secondly, do we have a date, any kind of time I'm thinking about the school system that I deal with?
Right.
I'm hoping it would be during the school day, because it's been pretty busy.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So that's been one of the tricks with this is the academic calendars are very different across the world, right? Especially as you work with time zones. It becomes easy when we're all in the Americas because we're within 1 or 2 hours off the time zone. So what I'll be doing is I'll be sending out a link to what's called a doodle poll, and it's just basically a scheduling website. So I can put, for example, 7 or 8 dates down, and then all of the folks who'd like to participate, wherever we pick as the most common time and date, that's what we'll go with. So that hopefully will give folks some input.
Is it possible, knowing any kids that are all over the world right now on our home, is it possible to ask if you don't want input, if you just like to share the conference, that it could be running in or picked up on a delayed basis, so it can just be exposed to the students?
Yeah, definitely. So we actually on our RCE website, we have links to the previous conferences, which show as videos, which have recorded all of their presentation slides, as well as the audio and video. So there is a little bit more about that in real time audio and video, so folks can see the presenters, they can see the audience members across the world in the different schools presenting in real time. So we do have that archived, and that is something that you can watch at a later time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. John? We'll connect.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so here's some of the work we've been doing that's actually quite good. So some of the youth, global youth, have been selected to create the UN Climate Change Challenge Badge. And this is for the World Girl Guides and Boy Scouts. And so for the last year and a half, we've been creating the curriculum and the background information for this badge. And it was released in September during the UN Climate Change Conference in New York. And right now it's in its final stages of publication. So we're creating all the graphics and all that stuff. And it should be launched quite soon for everybody around the world to be able to use. So that's a great initiative that we did. And that was in partnership with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN and different other organizations around the world. So about 3 or 4 of the global youth were able to be part of this initiative. The next thing is the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. So if people don't know what that is, it's a new UN organization chaired by Jeffrey Sachs. I think that's the last name, from Colombia. And they've created a mass open online course for sustainable development. And it's quite good, but we did an assessment and it's quite general. And you don't really get into the specifics of sustainable development. So Zenaida, me, and myself have been working with them to create potentially an RCE Mass Open online course for sustainable development. And some issues we've gone through is we tried to get our youth to do an assessment of the first chapter of the course and the questions for the Mass Open online course. And again, they didn't do it. We gave them 3 months to do it. We didn't ask them to do the questions or answer it or to do any research. We just said, just read the questions. Are the questions relatable to you? Is there any improvements we need to the questions? What more questions do we need? And there's no feedback. And I was constantly emailing them, asking them, what's your input? What's your input? And they said, yeah, we'll get it to you next week or 2 weeks. And finally, I just gave up because they weren't answering. So after 3 months, I guess it's dead, right? So we're looking for engaged youth. So if you guys have engaged youth, we've got great projects to do. We just need youth to work on. And another thing is the gap. So that's why Deepika would have been awesome to talk to you guys about this, because that's what I wanted her to talk about, because they're the leading organization for the Youth Gap. So what's happening is UNESCO put the MGIEP in charge of youth for UNESCO. And they're creating this network called the Peace Network. And so what they're trying to do is they want to get 300 youth trained in ESD by 2017 and then create this big conference on ESD. And they're still in the process of creating the mechanisms to identify these youth and how to train these youth. So it'd be a good idea for us, once the presentation's done, during our discussion, how does the RCE get involved in this mechanism to identify youth, how to train youth, and how to work with the MGIEP to deliver this program. Because at a local level, we're part of Priority 5, and so we have outreach to youth is great. And so how do we help MGIEP do their work in collaboration with us? So going forward, so these are just some of the questions I wanted to ask. What are the key milestones we need to achieve to push this youth network around the world and to get more recognition to create these projects? How do we engage these youth? And how can your RCE help contribute to the global network? And like we discussed yesterday, the new organizations and platforms that the UNU is going to be working with is the 10YFP, the IBES, and the Climate COPS. So how can we help youth get to these programs, and how do we get them internships, and how do we get them fellowships, and how do we get them involved in these UN processes.
John, for those who may not know, I've been one of them. What are these? What is YFP and IPDES stand for?
So 10 YFP is the 10-year framework reduction on sustainable production and consumption, which is just recently launched. And is this working? Everyone hear me okay?
Well, I need to have you speak into the microphone so people.
Okay. 10 YFP is just recently launched. It's a platform for the 10-year framework on sustainable consumption and production. And then IPEBS is the international platform for biodiversity and ecosystem services.
And the COPS is,
The COPS is,
everybody should know what the COPS is, right? Oh, it's the it's the UNF CCC, climate change, UN Climate Change Conference, which happens every year. Last one was in Bonn, I think? Or was the last one? I don't know. The last UNCP. The Convention on Climate Change. Yeah, no, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. I think that's what it is. Yeah. So anyways, the big conference is happening in Paris this year, and hopefully there's going to be some actually policy that's going to happen. So I guess the discussion's up to the floor now to discuss how we can get more youth involved with these processes and how to get them engaged in work.
Any questions? I'm the mic runner. Actually, I probably have several questions on this. One is on funding. Is this one of the situations where youth or where participants are only funded if they're from developing countries? John?
Oh, sorry.
Two questions for you. Is this funding, when you say youth are being invited to these conferences, can that youth from all different countries be funded, or is it only the developing countries?
So funding's for everybody. The UNU is selecting youth from different regions around the world. So I think we identified, or we're strategically have 5 regions around the world. So we're trying to select 5 different youth all the time to send to UVA and stuff like that. So I think the last time for the Americas, it was a girl from Bogota that went. And then we had youth from Africa and Asia go to UVA. So it's regionally dispersed for funding.
And youth, what's your range of ages?
So Depica's online. Right now I think we put it from 18 to 35 because in Africa, 35 is still considered youth. So we're being inclusive to everybody. So if Africa considers youth to 35, then it's open to up to 35. Well, with the focus on higher education, we put it to 18, but we can still have people from a younger age though, which makes me a youth still too, because I'm under 35. So, can you hear me well? We can't hear you, Lee.
I can hear you well,
Oh,
John.
now we can hear you.
So any question for me? No.
Yeah, so if you have anything to say, you can.
I think what's most important to discuss is how strategically we can move forward the youth agenda within the RCE network. So as you would have heard, we have these strategic policy directions that we have chosen. like 10 by the intergovernmental platform on biodiversity ecosystem services and so on. So I think we could spend some time discussing the views from different RCEs and how they can organize their youth members to contribute to the global RCE youth network. And I think, let me give you an example. For this intergovernmental platform on biodiversity ecosystem services, we had, there was a youth fellowship program. So they're basically focusing on issues like biodiversity assessment, which are global and regional. And now the next stage will be to look at national and subnational. So this is a great opportunity for the youth to participate in these assessment programs. They have also several capacity development initiatives, and so we had nominated a couple of RC youth members this year, but unfortunately none of them got selected because they did not have any strong background in biodiversity ecosystem services. But if we can identify some members who have strong background, we can nominate for the next one. So this is one example where the youth members can directly contribute to the policy focus. So John, I would urge us to discuss a bit on this strategic direction from each of the RCEs which is participating in America's Building. Thank you. And also, Deepika is there with us, so she'll also be able to share in the Global Action Program of the follow-up program to give a decade on education for sustainable development. And GAP is leading the youth agenda, so they will be able to also share their perspective on how they can take the RCE youth into some of their activities as well. Thank you.
Devika, can you talk about the gap in youth?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you, Uni. Thank you so much for the introduction. To all the RCE esteemed members, my name is Deepika, and I work with UNESCO's Category 1 institution called Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. We are UNESCO's specialized institution working on education for peace and sustainable development, looking at the interconnections between peace and SD. And now, I mean, I'm sure you all must have heard about the Global Citizenship Dialogue. The Institute is also, addressing the agenda of global citizenship education, which we as ESD practitioners feel is not very different from ESD. But there is a special wing on global citizenship, so we are also working on that. We are based in New Delhi in India, but we are a global institute with a special mandate for the Asia Pacific region. But that does not stop us from working globally. So the institute is working on research and capacity building of the UNESCO member states on education policy and reforms which leads to peace and sustainable development. And I am from the youth program at the institute, and we are a very new institute. We formally started working in November 2012, but since last year, the activities have picked up, and youth is one of the main target group and partner and stakeholder to the work of MGI. So this is about me and the institute where I'm working at. And regarding the Global Action Program on ESD, MGIP launched the Yes Peace Network, which stands for Youth for Education, Sustainability and Peace Network in Nagoya last year. It is a collaborative network which brings the existing youth networks working on education, peace, sustainable development, global citizenship, equity, justice, human rights together. It is seen as a big youth partnership in the context of the post-2015 development agenda, which we are going to see, which we already know that the goals have been approved and they're up for adoption in the month of September. And the Yes Peace Network is a flagship program of the Youth Priority Action Area, which is the action area 4 of the Global Action Program. And MGIP is one of the co-chairs of the Global Action Program on the Youth Priority Area. So as far as the progress of the Global Action Program is happening, right now the progress which I could share with all the members is that in the month of May, there was the first meeting of the Global Action Program partners was organized, and there were 73 commitments. There were 73 organizations who took part. Out of commitments received, 400 commitments received, and there are organizations like UNEP is there. Then there is the Energy and Resources Institute. UNESCO Youth Forum is also one of the partner organizations. Then Untouchable World Charitable Trust from New Zealand, UNESCO Eco Clubs from Ireland, the Goi Peace Foundation from Japan, and there is an organization of a young leader who was invited to Okayama last year, 3DL Associates. It's also one of the partner organizations. World Wildlife Fund for Nature, Kenya, is also one of the partner organizations of the Youth Priority Action Area. So in all, there are 13 to 14 organizations. We are still not sure of the status of one organization. I believe UNFCCC wants to move over to the policy area. So they have been shifted to the policy area. I think that transition is still happening. And there are 4 co-chairs. And the idea is to develop, so all the organizations will be coming together on a leadership program. And the leadership program would involve the 50 Okayama ESD Youth Conference participants. I would like to give a brief introduction. Last year, before the ESD World Conference in Nagoya, there was a youth conference in Okayama, whereby 50 people were selected out of over 6,000 to 7,000 applications, and from different parts of the world. And these 50 people, they came to Okayama and they presented the youth statement to the conference. So UNESCO wants to retain this group because they have had good contact with them, and the impact of the conference was also good. So these 50 Okayama Youth Conference participants will be acting as mentors, and there is a proposal to train another 50 to 100 youth participants. So these 50 Okayama Youth Conference participants. Hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
Yes. These 50 Okayama Youth Conference participants, which were selected by UNESCO Youth Team and the Goi Peace Foundation, will be mentoring another 50 to 100 young leaders on ESD. So this is the plan, this is the idea, this is at the ideation stage right now, and all the organizations would be, have made commitments. So there are discussions to also, understand how these commitments actually work and how these commitments are actually realized into tangible, outcomes. So it was just one of the meetings, just one of the meetings for the Youth Priority Action Area. And also, I would like to inform to all the members that UNESCO has identified one group who are part of the other 4 priority areas. For example, one Okayama ESD Youth Conference participant has been put in the policy area, one has been put in the whole institutional approach area, one in the local communities, and so on. So that these young people also bring back the discussion from these priority areas to the youth priority area. And also that the discussion in the youth priority area is also transmitted into the, into the discussions of the other policy priority areas. So this is another thing that we have done. And right now the discussion has been very, the conceptualization of concrete proposals is at a very nascent stage, and the idea is still being developed as to how we can build leadership of organizations and youth who have not been reached so far to the ESD dialogue. So yes, so this is it, and this is it. This is the update that I thought I could share with the
Thank you. So how do you think the RCEs can fit in with the mechanism that you're creating to identify these youth?
Yes. Hello?
Hello? So what's your idea, and how do you think RCEs can help the MGEIP do their work with identifying these youth and training these youth for ESD?
The biggest contribution, which we have had discussions with RCE last year, and we have again resumed the discussion this year. We would be resuming as well. So the biggest entry point for the RCE's contribution to MGIP's work is especially on the youth networks that have been established as part of the RCE movement. So that is a first stepping up, sort of an understanding, being concretized formally that yes, RC and MGIP would be coming together to work on the global action program or implementation of the other activities. RCE can become member of the Yes Peace network, and ideally we would definitely welcome that. And in informal discussions, we've also requested the colleagues whom we know at RCE if they could help us as to how to manage the network. So some sort of a partnership between RCE and between MGIP, because there is already an existing base, and we don't want to invent the wheel again. We do not want to do the work that has already been implemented by organizations. But our main forte of MGIP is the Yes Peace network, is the partnership, is bringing people together. So that is one area where MGIP and RCE can come together on the Yes Peace platform. So this is one area where I feel that we both could work together. And there are opportunities to come together for the MGIP Youth Leadership Program, which is a direct contribution to the Global Action Program on ESD. So if there are, if there are young people who are not typical from UNESCO circles, or who are not typical conference goers or professional conference attendees, I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but there's nothing personal here. But we really want to reach out to young people who are not, who have not been contaminated by the conference approach, and people who are actually doing good work, but do not get, the opportunities to present their work. So we want to reach out to the youth at the peripheries. We want to reach out to the youth who have not got the opportunity so far to present their work and to talk about their work and to discuss the youth issues. So, we are looking at building active partnerships, yet with a very clear agenda that we want to reach out to young people who are really out of this dialogue of ESD. There could be different groups. There could be, for example, there could be specially abled groups of young people. There could be, young people from the LGBT community. There could be young people from rural communities across the world. And yes, so that's the agenda we have. So ask folks, because RCE has really reached, has really been able to reach to the grassroots. And I'm speaking from the personal experience because I have worked with RCE Makanas in South Africa. And so from that experience, I can say that RCE, has a good potential, and coming together of MGIP and RCE can be one way for the SPs.
Thank you. Any questions for her?
Yeah, this is from email. How do we connect our institute that she just talked about with their institute? Because I've tried it and I don't get replies. So what's the
I'm very interested in you wanting to connect with youth all over who are not necessarily in the existing systems. So how do we do that? We have all sorts of international youth platforms that are not connected with your institute. Do you want an email? How do you want them to connect with you?
We would be initiating the discussion of the SPs network on the online platform. But that might also leave a number of youth who are not connected to internet. There are still a huge population that does not have access to internet. To reach out to these youth, we would like to, and we are already building partnership with grassroots organizations small NGOs who are implementing youth programs, and they could be on a different area. They could be on reproductive sexual health. They could be on inclusion. They could be on promoting civic engagement. So we are really looking at organizations who are working at the grassroots, and that is one way which we feel that we can reach out to young people who are at the peripheries. And building partnerships with the local municipalities as well. That's also another policy level decision that we've taken, that we would like to build partnerships with the governments, yet at the same time be able to decide and have the discretion, from the perspective of a grassroots organization, which kind of youth we should reach out to. So, yeah. And the MGIT's Yes Peace Network also has both online and offline engagement tools and engagement tools and programs. So we will be reaching out to that segment. But if there are any other suggestions, if you feel that how we can reach to the unreached youth, please send in your recommendations, and I'm sure you will have experiences and like that. So we welcome all those suggestions.
Hi there. I assume you're already working with the UNESCO associated schools. Within, there are thousands of youth around the world and in these schools. We have these associated schools in each of our countries that are members of the RCE network. The associated school may not be within our particular city. That's the only thing we need to figure out, if there is an associated school within our RCE catchment area. If there are not, then perhaps it's an idea we could start one. But these associated schools are always looking for ways of linking up. So that may be one. So are you already linked into all the associated schools? I know you're new, but it's just a question, because I would like to follow up with that later when we get into our strategy sessions here.
At the Institute, we have a group which is working on innovative teaching and learning. And that group has started initiative discussion with the ASPINET and with the ASPINET colleagues. And the Associated Schools Project Network is part of the division a division which is led by our colleague Alexander Lyon. So, and he's the chief of the section of ESD. So actually ESD is also there, ASPINET is also part of the same section in UNESCO headquarters. And of course, then we are there because we have both peace and the ESD in our title of the institute. So we work very closely with them. And our colleague has initiated discussion with the ASPINET formally as to how we can engage with them. Also because, the United Nations definition of the children is up to, any person up to the age of 18 years. So there we sort of are able to make an advantage of this, because then we qualify children from 15 to 18 years also as the young people. So we are going to start working formally with them, but we are part of the same, understanding within the UNESCO headquarters, the location of the institution. So we work with them. Last year we worked with ASPINET for a global youth survey called Youth Speak, and they sent the information to all their networks. So it has been a very, you can say very project-based or need-specific engagement we have had with them. But now we have really started to talk with them on how we can, ASPINET school students, the clubs, how MGIT can come together. So, yeah, so that's the discussion that we have had with our colleagues in headquarters so far. But in India, the ASPINET, though I'm from the UNESCO community itself, we have received requests from some schools in Delhi, in New Delhi, where they've said that if MGIT would like to support them, handhold them in implementation of that. So we have to give this feedback also to our colleagues and in headquarters. Probably we need to, devise a new mechanism to strengthen the ASPINET, activities in the schools.
Any other questions? Nope. All right, thanks, Devika.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
and have a good conference.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving us some information about GAP and youth.
Any of the RC network member wants to reach out to us, to me, Jonathan has my email ID. You can look out. You can even take the email ID. And I also request you all to please see the website of the institution. Though we have to update the website because of the technical reasons here. We are not able to do that. But all of you will get an idea as to the kind of work that we are doing. And I thanks me and thanks John for giving me this opportunity to talk about the SP's network and the MGIP in this platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika.
Thank you.
It's very useful. Thank you.
Yes. Have a good day. Have a good conference. Thank you. Bye. I'm signing off now.
Okay, thank you very much. Also for the GAP, just while I have this file up. So as you can see in priority 5, RCE Trubo is a network member for the GAP. I don't think we have anything in, in 4 it's Terry. So Terry University, which is based in India, and there's Terry RCE. So they have, they're a network partner. The RCE Tongyang is part of priority 3. Which one's UNU part of? Number 5. I'm not sure if we have anything in 2. And then for 1, this one right here, I'm the co-founder of this organization, so we have policy poll too. So if anything for you guys wanted to advance policy, even if it's youth or just for actual policy, you can contact me and we can pass that through to the co-chairs for the GAP. So what's that? Echo Change. So I co-founded Echo Change, and I'm on the board of directors for VIDAR. So it's 2, but we put them together as one right now. So we're eventually going to split, but we're network members. So I want to open up the floor now to have a, discussion of how everybody thinks we should go forward with youth engagement, youth empowerment within the RCEs. How do we get youth to create projects, action projects, and help to improve your RCE and the work that they do?
Sure. So I think one of the things we've been trying in RCE Saskatchewan is this kind of youth ambassador program. What we find is we've got a lot of international students who have natural connections to other RCEs around the world because that's where they're from. And so having Alberto Ortiz come to the RCEs in Central and South America, he's from Mexico, also having had Min-Soo Cho, who's from South Korea, connecting with RCE Tongyang, it's a perfect bridge where you represent the connection between your RCE and another RCE through someone who is naturally traveling back and forth between those two regions, especially in our case, they've just graduated, say, from our university and now are wanting to build bridges. So I think that's one thing. The other thing that might be helpful is make it very task-oriented. So when we had our youth go to Mexico or Colombia, we said, well, we want you to work on an exchange program and find details about what these other RCEs need. If you give very specific tasks, then I think the student or the youth person is empowered, but can also feel like they've completed something.
Just for the benefit of others who are here in the room, perhaps we can explain a little bit about what we're looking at.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so this is the document of everybody who is partner members of the GAP. So as you see in the tab, so that's priority 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So UNESCO has designated and seeked out specific organizations to represent specific priority areas and to create policy and a direction for the GAP. And people on these lists are the ones that are creating the work plans and the direction for GAP. You would know more though.
Well, I'll just explain a little bit more.
Yep.
There are the 5 groups, and what UNESCO has done, largely with funding from Japan. This is how it works. There are about 20 organizations that have been assigned to each of the 5 priority areas. Many people applied and groups went in, but being a UN thing, what they needed to do was to balance how many were really international, how many were from each of the 5 UN regions, and try and balance them that way. This does not mean at all that others are left out. It simply means these will be the lead organizations that will be working on each of the 5. These groups pretty much have to take the leadership, not only working in this group, but are expected to play leadership roles back in their own countries and in their own networks. Most of them are not one country organizations, so I just wanted to explain that. Then we can put the site up and you can go through and look for organizations that you may want to be affiliated with or whatever. I just thought when we see this, it'd be interesting to find out, okay, what it is that we're looking at. Thank you.
I don't know if it's public.
Yeah.
Is it?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, because it came out with one of the awards. And
sure.
So there's a ESD award called the Okayama Award, and I think it's for $3,000. So you need, if you're doing a project or your organization is doing a project, you can apply for it. But you need to be nominated by one of these organizations in the priorities. And that's the only way you can get nominated. So if you know one of these organizations, or you can contact me too, and I can nominate you to go for this award. And I can find you the website and send you guys the information, because I have the documents on my computer. And it's just a little award that UNESCO and the UNU is part of it too. So they're one of the judges.
So John, one thing we know about youth is that life is moving at a rapid pace, and finishing school, moving on to higher education, finishing secondary, going on to higher education, finishing higher education, going on to postgrad or to work, employment. It's a rapidly changing environment, and keeping long-term commitments, I should think would be difficult, and you really might need to think about what are the short-term, intense experiences where for 30, 60 days they could be involved in a project. But I also think it would be very helpful to listen this morning to youth who are here, Deanna and Jessica, to get their perspective on this as well. Ladies, don't mind me put on the spot.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was something I wanted to say. Because students are very passionate, but there's such a high turnover that can be really difficult. So I think it's more important to get involved with maybe universities or something where there's a constant flow of students, instead of just trying to pick up students from areas that are very random, which it sounds like you guys are doing, working with lots of universities, which I think is really helpful. But I think getting a group of people in a location to kind of work together towards a common goal is a lot more powerful than just trying to pick up a few passionate students, because it's a lot more powerful and easier when you're all together in a group.
Thank you for that point. And I just wanted to point out, John, I know you brought up the point of youth are really wanting to get to events like COPs and stuff. And RCEs have a tremendous amount of organizations within their network. And I know for a fact that a lot of universities go to the COPs, whether it's the biodiversity COP, whether it's the climate change COP. And that's something that the RCE network could work to mobilize, is if you have youth that are engaged, whether it's your students or whether it's within the region. If you register, which is coming up quite quickly, you have to register as a civil society organization for a COP process, where climate change is coming up on August 31st is the deadline. But if you're able to push an application through, you can get approved, and then you actually can send a delegation to COP. My home university, the University of Minnesota, actually constructed a class around that. So it was a 3-credit class, students paid for it, there were some travel expenses that we found a little funding for, and we were able to send 17 undergraduates and 5 graduates to the COP. They were actually able to present some of the research there. So it's another mechanism to use the RCE network, and especially universities and NGOs that are organizational members. It's possible. You just need to find a mechanism for actually getting yourselves there. And for the COPs, it's just registering as a civil society organization. So something to keep in mind.
Chuck, I wanted to just see if folks could help elaborate a little bit on your point about the UNESCO associated schools. So in Nagoya last fall in Japan, I spoke with some UNESCO representatives there about that process. We've seen the possible benefits of that for the schools that I represent, and I wasn't able to find a really clear pathway as to how that process looks to become an associated school, and or then what does that entail. So I was wondering, is there anyone in the room here who's familiar with a UNESCO associated school or the process to become one? Does anyone have any experience with that, or if you have any more information on it, Chuck, that would be helpful.
At least for the United States, we have an advantage now with the person in the State Department's been assigned to the ASP.NET for our country. Yeah, this just happened a couple weeks ago. So we can at least find out, we can get our list, and hopefully if you have UNESCO commissions, they would, or their State Departments would have, who would be responsible in different countries? The national commissions for UNESCO. Are there usually youth members on the commission? That would be great to have them. An advisory board with youth for them?
So I was part of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO's Youth Advisory Group. So that's how I started with all this youth stuff. So when I was 24, I applied. There's a national, keep forgetting, sorry. There is a national outreach for young people across Canada to become advisors to UNESCO, and I applied and I got in, which was great. And now I'm kicked out because I'm too old, but I did, after my second year, I was promoted to be part of the sectoral commission for culture and information communication. So that's how I'm still involved. So if you want more information on how to do stuff with commissions around the world, I can get you guys contacts with that, with my contacts for the commission. Or Chuck can do that too, because he's also part of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO. But it might be tough for the Americans because you're not part of UNESCO anymore, I don't think. Yeah. No? But for the youth forum, you're allowed to go. So the youth forum is happening at the end of October, and you can nominate youth if you go to the website, to the UNESCO.org website. There's going to be a link to the 9th UNESCO Youth Forum, which is happening in Paris. And that's right during the same time as the General Assembly for UNESCO. And if you have dedicated youth, you can nominate those youth to go. And they're really looking for girls. So they're really looking for gender equality. And so if you're a female with empowerment and doing all this global citizen stuff, they're really looking forward to having you there. So what happens is every year, 2 young people are nominated by countries to send youth to the forum. And there's also a process if you're not nominated to be nominated by other organizations or nominate yourself as a youth to go. But you do have to be 24 years and younger to attend.
Perhaps I could just add one more thing. Let's not just focus on UNESCO, but UNESCO, the United States still is an observer, still has the ambassador, still takes part in discussions. So everything is going on, just not paying dues. And you know, there's the technicality of the whole thing. But your ambassador is still there, and you still fund extra budgetary things quietly. So that would be it. But don't forget, UNEP is another strong UN agency where your youth could become involved in sustainability programs. And also UNICEF is also another agency that really focuses on youth and sustainability. So there are other areas that our RCE shouldn't just focus on UNESCO. UNESCO is one, but it is just one, right? And so these others also have, there's a UNEP youth conference that goes on yearly somewhere around the world, and there's oftentimes funding for it. But if you were within our RCEs, if we're able to build up to the point where we do have youth wings and youth special interest groups, and youth are an important part of our RCEs, then I think within our own networks, we could be looking at service clubs such as Kiwanis, Lions, and so on. They're very interested in that kind of thing. There's also going into the profit sector. I think Toyota is a huge funder of youth at international events and so on. So it could be your local Toyota dealership. I know Ford stands for sustainability. That's part of their whole brand. And I know that Rose sitting back here is already into negotiations around some things with Ford. But some of the multinationals that we feel comfortable in working with, that way you could work through local dealerships. So it just boils down to the cost of a bank, segregate somewhere, something like that. So but let's think about this when we get into our strategy as well. Thank you.
Yeah, just one thing. Microsoft's part of the network. I forget which one it is, but Microsoft's part of the ESD thing too. So that might be something you guys want to look into. Any other questions, discussions?
I'm just wondering if there are examples of UN programs that have active youth engagement that we should be paying attention to.
Yep, so one of them is called the United Nations Global Education First Initiative of the Secretary General, and it's called the Youth Advocacy Group. And what they did just a couple of months ago was they did an international campaign on disability called Draw Disability. And what they did was they partnered with UNICEF and all those UN organizations and nonprofits to have outreach to schools and to create this curriculum to go into schools and say, this is what disabilities are, whether it's mental or physical. And it was just an easy campaign, and we got young people from ages 6 to 16 to draw pictures about what disability means to them. And so we had 40 countries participate, and I forget how many drawings, but it was in the thousands and thousands. And we got to display these pictures at the Education Conference in South Korea, and they will now be displayed in New York. And let's see, I can show you. So my organization actually made the video for them, and it was kind of cool. I don't know.
I was in Colombia last month, and I talked with Orlando Sainz. He represents a big net. This net is ARUSA. ARUSA is Alliance of Ibero-American Networks of Universities for Sustainability and Environment. He represents a big net, and in this big net are working 264 universities. And he wants to be a part of the RCEs from America. He wants to connect with us. And he told me, say that and share with you this information. He's very excited to be a part of the RCEs. The ARUSA net is part of the WNF. And for example, in my country, most than 20 universities is part of ARUSA. And by the organization that represents Mexico is Complexus. Is part of the net. And in this net is working in 12 countries in Ibero-America. Thanks.
So yeah, if you want to Google them, you can find more information. And there's another organization called A World at School. So that I think is relevant to ESD because they're creating the biggest petition in the world to get young people into school because there's millions of children not in school. They created this big campaign. There's over 8 million people who have signed this petition. I don't know if this is good, but Justin Bieber signed it. Piers Morgan signed it, and there's a bunch of celebrities and politicians and stuff that are part of that. So that might be relevant to connect RCEs to other education institutions that are boots on the ground and educating young people.
Actually, this is for the Grand Rapids folks. Do you have the youth declaration up? Is that one of the things that's up on our resource page? So if you haven't seen the youth declaration that they wrote in Okayama, it has a wonderful list of, it's like in many ways a checklist of activities. They have their own gap commitments, so you can align your efforts with those initiatives. Then they crowdsourced the ideas, right, of how to get involved and their requests for engagement. So in doing that, then you also are meeting your own country's 4th priority action area with empowering and mobilizing youth. Yeah, exactly. You can Google it, but we might as well have it available for folks, but definitely have a copy of it so you can you almost use it as a checklist. I think it's really helpful.
All right, any final thoughts? Last minute questions? Then join me, please, in thanking John and Ryan and Jessica and Deanna for this presentation. Just stand here beside you, sir, so I get this microphone. So I think we've got technology more or less working. Let me just ask Vince if when we're passing the microphone around here, is that being picked up by, you think, by the folks on stream? Good, good, good. You know, extra special thanks to Vincent St. Germain for what for this morning. It's challenging. It's challenging. Great job, Vince. All right, we're due for a little break now. Let's take a break. Gale restroom facilities are this way down the hall. There's coffee and breakfast things here. We'll be back together, well, let's say by, I know it says 11 o'clock, but I don't think we need 40 minutes for a break. Let's start to gather here in about 20 minutes or so, all right? Thank you.
Jess, do I just trash it, right, to eject it?
It goes in and out. Test.
Gotta get right on it.
Yeah.
Well, there's probably no point in using that unless you've got do you have a desk stand that maybe one of that the handheld can go in? Or not really? That way they don't have to hold it. Hi.
These ladies want to speak with you. They're the presenters for the 2 o'clock session.
For the 2 o'clock session.
Yes.
Okay.
And they made some changes to their speech.
Okay.
And Bogota.
There's Bogota.
What was the cord that you had or needed?
El alambre que necesitabas. Ah, cable. Por aquí. I left it here, plugged somewhere. Say that again? She plugged it somewhere. Where my phone is. What is it? I know that they were having interference earlier when they were sitting here. Did you hear us? Because they're so close to the microphone.
RCE 2015.
She's getting some. This.
This one right here?
¿Esta?
Sí, es. Miremos. No, no hice.
It's not this one? No, it's this one.
No es.
¿Necesitabas algo de los muchachos? Estaba buscando yo un enchufe.
It doesn't look like there's a stage.
Okay.
This open?
She was just looking for a plug and she found it.
Okay. Sorry.
This.
This one,
This. Lo mismo. Tiene una diapositiva diferente que le pusimos anoche. Es this.
this one.
Es this. Pero en realidad solamente es dejando, quitamos ese texto y pusimos los mapas. Yo no le cambié las mías nada. Yo lo que tengo que agregarlo, lo escribí a mano para no olvidarlo. Y lo digo cuando...
Okay, so they'll be speaking in Spanish up here.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to interpret for them. So I'm going to need a microphone because it'll be the opposite.
Right.
Porque ustedes van a hablar en español y yo lo voy a interpretar en inglés al público. Ustedes siguen en español.
¿Y no será que nos confundimos mucho cuando tú hables?
Yo espero que no.
Porque a veces es difícil cuando le están hablando uno y uno...
Tienes que enfocarte en lo que estás diciendo y olvidarte que yo estoy hablando. Sí.
Eso es difícil. Porque uno
Esto no es imposible. Es que no todo tiene aparato.
No, claro.
Y voy a tener mi propio micrófono, así que ustedes se quedan con ustedes, sigan hablando normal y háganse que ni siquiera estoy ahí. Porque si se empiezan a tratar de entender lo que estoy diciendo, se van a confundir.
Hacer un reto.
Quisiera ver una copia para familiarizarme con los términos que van a usar.
Tú tienes un presentación.
Voy a ver si me dan acceso.
No, pero te podemos dar el texto para que la mires.
Sí.
All right, I'm going to have to, yeah, it keeps changing the background. Let me do this on another computer. I need to do this. I need to do this on a different computer. Okay, so I think I remember where it was at.
No te acompaño.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Great.
Yeah, and you were presenting.
We're the next presentation.
All right.
So Tom's bringing the zip stick.
Okay.
But what I was wondering
Mm-hmm.
is, can I bookmark a website? This is streaming, right?
You can bring up a website, sure.
Oh, you've already got his PowerPoint.
I do not. No,
Oh,
that's
oh, I
just
see. It's a
that's just a
placeholder.
placeholder and a title slide.
If time allows, we want to show a short video. So this is my search here. See what happens.
Now that we have.
Whoops. Okay, so we're going to stop it. Alright. So why don't I go back?
Or just press the. You can press the. Okay, yeah.
Why don't I just go there and then I won't relaunch? So bookmark this page. Where should I, so I can easily?
We'll just add it to the bookmarks menu.
Sure.
Work?
Yeah.
Good. Although I didn't see it added to the bookmarks menu.
Will it be the bookmarks?
Here, the toolbar. That's the one we want. That way, it's right up there at the top.
Good.
But we'll just leave this page here. So, I mean, it doesn't have to. We'll just leave it running in the background.
All right.
So ready for this one?
Sure.
Is that either of those?
Correct.
So maybe I should bookmark Sustainable Schools Project too, in case the hot link doesn't work.
Way down.
Let me go by date.
RCE Greater Burlington. There we go.
RCE, grab that one right there.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, should have ejected your.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I should have ejected your drive first.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
And we don't have a clicker, do we?
I couldn't get it to. I can try to set it up and see if
That's
it's going
fine.
to
That's
work.
fine.
So then when I want to go to,
You'll need to escape out of this.
Yeah.
In order to be able to get back to Firefox then.
yeah, okay.
I'm tech, so that's what I'm asking.
Thanks, you're invaluable. Yeah. I joke with people at my university, it takes a village to support my IT needs.
Alright, so what's up?
They're running their PowerPoint presentation. So he wanted to know if we had a wireless presenter that he could advance his
Wasn't
presentation.
there like a red one?
There was, but there wasn't, because we had the camera connected for that Skype conference. There wasn't enough room to be able to have them both plugged in simultaneously. So I can get that back out. We don't want them wandering too far, because then they're going to be won't be being picked up by our wireless lob for the live stream. So
Why can't they just wear this?
they could. but then they'd have to hold the handheld mic too, because that doesn't come back through your house sound system. So it's, and then the interpreters can't hear it. So it's one thing after another. So.
You just have to put those on. Was there any other tech issues?
I don't think so. I think we're pretty well set at the moment.
Do you need this?
We are going to use that, yeah, because if they have another panel discuss or another where they have to pass the microphone around for discussion, they're going to need that.
Do you have any videos running? Do you know?
They're going to run. This next group is going to run a YouTube video. Yes.
Okay, we should test that.
Oh,
That should be
she just
tested.
did. It did work.
The sound even works?
I heard it come through. Yeah.
Even the sound?
Yeah.
All right. Because sometimes the sound doesn't work. And it's just a problem.
I'm pretty sure it was working. Oh, I should close Firefox. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this was the video she was playing. It's there.
Okay. I don't mean to be skeptical. I just know. Cool. Do you want it higher? Louder?
Probably wouldn't hurt. Is that just the program volume? That's pretty good. It's a little too loud. Okay, perfect. Great, thank you.
Do you know how far into the program with them?
I'm not sure at what point in your presentation you're going to run your video. She just wanted to make sure that the audio was working correctly.
Oh, okay.
But then in the event that it doesn't, we have rigged this.
Sounded good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just in
I
case, but
thought so.
okay. It does sometimes go out.
Okay, if it doesn't, that'll be fine too.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
If we're there, I'm going to try to, if we're back where you bookmarked.
I don't think I have your presentation. Let me take a look here. No, I don't have your presentation. I didn't receive it.
Did you give it to Gail?
What did I do with it? Here, let's take a look here real quick. Maybe I put it on the wrong day. Let's go back on my other computer if we could.
So I could set the context in terms of how to
You all set here?
I think we need 1 minute. There's a gentleman who's trying to get his PowerPoint on, who's after us from Saskatchewan. Okay. You got it for him?
No, he's got some problems.
Do you want to load that before we go then? We're still looking for Saskatchewan.
I'll think so. Maybe he's getting beer.
Oh no, Quebec it was actually. Sorry. Quebec.
So you'll have to use this as your main microphone. And then if you could stay in rather relative close proximity, right, because this is our live stream microphone.
You need to be near all of these microphones.
So yes, so you need to be holding this one. If you're going to both be speaking, there should have been a second handheld wireless. I don't know what.
We can pass back.
I don't know what they did with that one. I don't know if Gail grabbed it.
We won't speak at the same time.
Okay.
That'll keep us from interrupting each other.
All right. Looks like you're all set.
Okay. So the only thing I didn't get up here was, I'm afraid to do that to you now.
The URL for
Sustainable Schools Project. We'll
Right.
see if it gets there. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we can always
If it doesn't, we
add.
can always.
Oh yeah.
So how do I get from here to the?
That's what I don't know. That's what I was looking. Didn't he have it up there on the bar?
He says I have to escape it. See, but if I escape, let's see. We'll see what happens because we don't want it to. It's better to happen now.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Okay, friends, if you
Oh,
could
there
find
it
your
is.
seats again, please.
So how do I get there?
Did he save it as?
We'll
oh, no,
start here in just a moment. I think we're getting all of the technology up and ready.
That's weird. What's his name?
I forget. Vince? I forget.
I hate to close you down.
Okay. What?
because-
Okay. Yeah. Just is it up? Is it here somewhere?
No. Okay.
But was it under bookmarks under Firefox, right?
Yeah. So I have to go to Firefox, I guess, and run it. So when we get there, it'll be fine. Okay. So now we'll view as a show. There you go. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready? All right, come on back in, please. Grab that last cup of coffee and sweet roll, and we'll get started. We're after that, I think, fascinating conversation about youth and youth programs and youth issues. I hope that you all are feeling encouraged and maybe stimulated to go back to work in your own cities and engage youth in important ways. I should be talking. I follow my own rules here, right? I remember our meetings in 2 years ago in Lima, Peru, when we drafted our agreement among the partners for the Americas, an agreement that I think still has validity today, an important document. But remember that in that document, we committed ourselves, we pledged that we would engage youth from our communities in this process. So let this morning's presentation be both a challenge and a sense of encouragement to each of you to engage our youth. So now we're back to hearing from our RCEs, report outs, and here to present on the RCE of Greater Burlington, one of our new members is Dr. Thomas Hudspeth. Tom?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Hartwell, and all the gracious hosts and hostesses from RCE Grand Rapids for putting on this tremendous event. Also want to thank Chuck Hopkins, who first called our attention to RCEs and gave us invaluable help and assistance along the way. Similarly, Deborah Rowe from Oakland Community College and the U.S. Partnership and many other affiliations, who's been invaluable with her assistance to us. Also, Lyle Binko, who was a mentor from RCE Saskatchewan, who gave us feedback on the first couple of drafts and made some invaluable recommendations and suggestions. Thank you, Lyle. Thank you all. So I was thinking until I heard Michael present about Tantramar that we might be the smallest RCE geographically of all of them, but maybe not, and in terms of population. But Vermont is located in the northeastern part of the United States in New England. Population of the whole state's only 2/3 of a million. Population of the greater Burlington proper is 40,000. Chittenden County, the county it's located in, 125,000. So we're talking a relatively small population. Here you see it in the context of New England states, the northeastern United States. So for those of you from international, yes, think in between New York, Boston, and Montreal. The Lake Champlain, we define our region, yes? We define our region as not just a political region, but also an eco-region. So it's our definition is actually the Vermont portion of the Lake Champlain Basin. So here you can see Lake Champlain in the center of that dark brown area. Lake Champlain is the 6th largest body of water in the United States after the 5 Great Lakes. And geologically is very much like all the Great Lakes. It flows from south to north into the St. Lawrence River, as do, of course, all the Great Lakes. So here you can see on the right of Lake Champlain, the Vermont portion of it, which includes not only, in terms of higher education, not only the University of Vermont, but also Middlebury College, which has an excellent liberal arts sustainability program, and Green Mountain College down in Poultney, as well as Sterling College up in Craftsbury Commons. So small state, and yet quite a few institutions of higher education who always come out at the top of the heap in terms of any of the analyses, whether it's through ASHE or through Outside Magazine or through Sierra Club or any of those ratings. Burlington, like Tantramar, was a lumber port. It was the 3rd leading lumber port in the United States at one time, back from the 1850s to the 1890s. At that time, Canada, or at least the Ottawa Valley and that portion of the St. Lawrence Valley, were basically a colony, a developing country. And so the wood for Burlington actually came down. It was floated upstream to Burlington to be processed from Ottawa Valley and St. Lawrence Valley over some shoals at St. Jean and Iberville, and then processed on the Burlington waterfront and shipped by ship and by rail all around the world. So we're one new kid on the block. So we're relatively new in terms of our official recognition. And consequently, we're not going to be spending a lot of time talking about our governance and collaboration, R&D, or transformative education approaches, or our mission and vision and goals. We have drafts of all of these kind of things, but they need to be finalized before we have our official kickoff at Shelburne Farms this October. So check our webpage. It's coming later this summer. But what we do know that Shelburne Farms and University of Vermont, so Megan Camp and I are the co-coordinators of it, and that we know that we have a healthy representation of all the different sectors, stakeholder groups, higher education, K-12 education, government, businesses, faith community, especially healthy representation from non-government organizations, our private voluntary organizations, youth organizations, the media, philanthropists, and so forth. Our mayor and people like that always cite these accolades. So just as Grand Rapids, you heard all the amazing things that Grand Rapids is noted for as a middle-sized city, so is Burlington as a smaller city. And this is the kind of thing Chamber of Commerce and City Council and Mayor love, in terms of great place to live, great place to raise children, great place to raise family, great place for outdoor recreation, great place for gays, great place for women, great place for lots of different things. Prettiest town in America, But what we are particularly proud of is, from the sustainability community, is we have more affordable units per capita than any place in the country through our Champlain Housing Trust. We have more community gardens per capita than any place in the country. We have our food co-op, City Market, is the largest. It grosses $39.9 million per year in tiny little Burlington. It's by far the largest in the country. We have at Intervale Center, an NGO a mile from UVM University of Vermont campus. UVM is University of Vermont. A mile from downtown Burlington. So urban agriculture is an incubator farmer program that's internationally known. So we have visitors from Japan, from China, from Costa Rica, from Honduras, from Madison, from Ann Arbor, all coming to find out and experience what this is. Basically, in this area, everything's organic. 1 million plus pounds of produce are raised each year, and another 50,000 pounds are gleaned to be given to the food shelf and to low-income soup kitchens. And people who don't have deep pockets, people who aren't wealthy, who aren't inheriting farm from ma and pa or grandma and grandpa, are able to learn how to be farmers. They're heavily subsidized for 3 years and have mentor farmers who voluntarily give them lots of suggestions and recommendations so that they can then go out and make it on their own, either keeping in mind that in Vermont and in New England, the average age of farmers is in the high 50s. And many of those farmers, as they retire, their own children are not replacing them. So it's important to have these young farmers, through these incubator farmers, coming up through the loop. And they are indeed. The actual number of farms in Vermont has increased in the last few years, which is contrary to everywhere else in the country. We also have renewable energy. So Burlington has a municipally owned electric company which has a 100% renewable portfolio. Part of that is a 50 megawatt wood chip plant using coal wood for generating electricity. That was, until a few years ago, the largest in the world. Also, the state of Vermont has this ambitious goal of being 90% renewable by 2050 and is well on its way. So if you've been to Vermont, you see solar panels and wind generators everywhere. So some of the things that we're noted for amongst the sustainability community in terms of ASHE Gold Stars, in terms of, again, some of those groups that do ratings like that. A lot of the initiatives at the University of Vermont, both in terms of curriculum and in terms of operations. And one of the main things especially is these partnerships, these service learning and community engagement partnerships between the university classes, especially in environmental studies and natural resources, and lots of different sectors in the community. Shelburne Farms has internationally recognized programs in food systems education, sustainability education, land management. They're noted. So if you come visit us in RCE, you've got to spend some time at Shelburne Farms. It's amazing. A vibrant sustainability NGO community, huge numbers of environmental community NGOs, peace and justice, racial diversity NGOs, and so forth. Vibrant, sustainable business community. So Vermont Business, and including quite a few B Corp. So Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility has several hundred members, triple bottom line members. Megan will talk more about the Sustainability Academy at Barnes, an elementary magnet school that uses sustainability as a lens for teaching all subject areas. The university's Gund Institute for Ecological Economics is world known for its work in ecological economics. And so when Philip was talking about valuing ecosystem services and all that, they're some of the people. And also, if you're familiar with Genuine Progress Indicator, an alternative to gross national product or gross domestic product, they're some of the leaders in thinking about that. Happiness indices and other things like that. And finally, a lot of you are familiar with place-based education a la K through 12 schools. Know David Sobel's work, or Greg Smith, David Sobel at Antioch, New England, in New Hampshire, or Greg Smith at Lewis and Clark in Portland, Oregon. But we're fortunate to have Walter Pullman, who's a colleague of mine at the university, who has a higher ed version of place-based education with the acronym of PLACE, Place-Based Landscape Analysis and Community Engagement. That's a cooperative program between Shelburne Farms and the University of Vermont. We're going to have lots of resources on this that we're not going to cover, but we'll have a URL for that for anyone who wants to pursue it further. So at this point, turn it over to Megan, who's going to, Megan Camp from Shelburne Farms.
Great. Hello, everyone. I have to tell you a little secret. Standing here side by side with Tom Hudspeth is for me more than just being here with a colleague. Tom was my mentor when I was a youth. So when I was 19, I went to the University of Vermont and participated in the environmental studies program there because there wasn't any other program in the country that really had amazing faculty like Tom, and also allowed students to design their own majors in an interdisciplinary way. So here I am over 30 years later. So we're colleagues, and I think I'm also wanted to just thank Tom, who introduced me to the world of ESD and environmental education. So when I wrote my application to the University of Vermont, in my thesis, it was called A New Paradigm for Education. I think that's what brings us all together in this room. We know that education needs to change. Everyone is thinking about what does it really mean? What does education look like if it's going to be reoriented to the future? And so the state of Vermont actually took, which I think may be unique, we took Agenda 21 seriously. Somehow, I always thought you're supposed to do your homework. So after Rio, everyone was supposed to go back and develop their ESD plan. And so we said, okay, we're going to do that in Vermont. And I had at that time been working internationally with a number of projects, primarily in Central and Eastern Europe, and getting very inspired to be able to see at the ministry level how new constitutions were being created to address sustainable development. And new curriculum was being developed that enabled more local curriculum to be developed, and in order to integrate sustainable development. Japan was a model with the new integrated learning period. How could that be an opportunity? So a group of us in Vermont, the government and non-government agencies, got together, and at the same time, Vermont was beginning to see No Child Left Behind being introduced. And what we said, well, we can respond to that. This is Vermont. We do things differently. And we held what we hold dear to our heart, town meetings across the state. And we asked business people, we asked doctors, we asked parents, we asked teachers, we asked farmers, we asked legislators, we asked sort of students. What was it that students needed to be able to know and be able to do to live sustainably in the 21st century? And then one of Tom's master's students took all of that data and did a gap analysis between what our current standards were and also what we knew every Vermonter believed in, which we all, I think, know what students need to be able to know and be able to do. We couldn't talk about values, though. Values were off the table, but we could talk about knowledge and skills. So in the state of Vermont, we actually had a sustainability standard that was introduced that wasn't like, here's an add-on subject. This was a vital result that went across all of the curriculum and all the subject areas and fields of knowledge. And we also had a standard that was about understanding place, not geography, but understanding the place that you live in, and also a sustainable ag, not how to learn how to be a farmer in vocational schools, but learning more about sustainable food systems. So that's great. You've got a framework of standards. And so then what does it really mean? What's it going to look like in the schools? So what we knew in order to reorient education was that we needed to develop professional development programs. We needed to provide support and resources for teachers. And so we developed a program called the Sustainable Schools Project. And I cannot open up that website, but.
Are you trying Firefox?
Yep. Pardon me?
You doing Firefox?
Firefox, yep. So anyway, maybe my colleague here can help me.
So you saved it under.
Well, I was trying to do it, yeah. So anyway, we put together, and Deborah Rowe, we've been working with as our national, Vermont wasn't the only state in the world. Sheldon Farms in the state wasn't the only, but the U.S. partnership was a very, very important organization and movement for us to become involved in. So we got together with other educators around the U.S. who were also doing similar work. And we became very involved in K-12. That's sort of why I'm here, is in the K-12 world. How many of you have, I know we heard yesterday, but how many of you are actively involved in providing support for K-12? Okay, great. So, as we all know in K-12, the work that needs to be done is to support teachers. And how do we end up improving, as I think Charles was telling us about, to remind us, Chuck, about, it's really about quality education. So, yep. So anyway, we ended up saying, we'll support teachers. And as we all know, it's great to do something as a teacher. You can do a lot in the school. You can provide leadership. But what really it gets down to is how do you shift a whole school? And so we were lucky that in the city of Burlington, which is Thomas told you already about the context in which schools have as a community resource, the city of Burlington decided that they were going to open up 2 magnet schools for the purpose of socioeconomic integration. But one of those themes that emerged that was important was, of course, if it was Burlington, sustainability needed to be the lens. So we ended up, this is not the video, we ended up opening the school 6 years ago. It's a 200 students are in the school. The entire theme is sustainability. If you go to the website of the Sustainability Academy at Lawrence Barnes, you can read stories written from national publications, international publications, talking about how amazing this school is, that sustainability is completely
now that
embedded.
we have been a magnet school dedicated for sustainability for 6 years, it seems like an ideal time for us to talk with students to say, what are the things we've done really well, what have we accomplished, and what successes can we celebrate, and what have we learned about this process. So it's been a pleasure to see the students become those change makers and those advocates for their classmates, for their community members, for their school, as well as stewards of their earth, and really focus on paying attention to the small pieces of our earth and those that need care the most.
People think of sustainability, most people, they would just say, oh, yeah, it's recycling, composting. Not even close. I mean, that's like a fraction of it, such a small fraction of it.
Sustainability for me is kind of like whether it's fair or not, making sure that like things are equal. Sustainability means people just working together and being a whole entire community and helping each other and caring for each other.
Making the world a better place to be able to do something that you like once more or many more times.
Focusing on different subjects in different ways, socially, environmentally, and economically. To keep everything like the earth clean and not to like litter or pollute. Help as much as we can. Making other people's lives easy. Try to just make our world a better place.
This whole topic of sustainability is just great to be in the midst of.
Let's let the school just get to do other recycling things much more.
We bike a lot.
We heard and walk. We heard the 15 buses.
Yesterday, I was putting up leaves for our garden with 2 teachers and a couple friends. They feel awesome because I was cleaning out public environment.
I think it's a good mix because there's a lot focused on sustainability, but it's not just learning about sustainability. It's as well as kind of intertwining sustainability to help you learn other things like math, science, social studies, history, all those different things
like in a sustainable way and connecting those to sustainability. I'm thinking of writing a letter to a lot of the teachers and just like a gratitude letter to like tell them how much they helped me. They're just really fun teachers. I'm gonna miss all of them actually. Thank you for teaching me and helping me learn. I would like to thank you for giving me through all these years. You're the best teacher ever. Thank you for taking care of me. They teach me how to speak English. After the first day of middle school, I would come right back here and say hi to the teachers and say, yep, I survived my first day of middle school. I'm fine. I really miss you guys. I miss being a sport. I miss you guys as a sport community. When I walk into the school, I give like such a happy vibe. Like happiness is so contagious in this school.
I want to be someone who changes the world, just like Ngari Maathai or Martin Luther King.
They really do feel like they are those change makers. They see opportunities in everything around them. They see hope. They see change as not being something that's so difficult, but an opportunity.
All right, Tom, I'll let you come back up. So one of the things that's incredible about this school was this was a school that was going to be closed. It had 99% of the children who were in the school were on free lunch. And they felt like the best way to address the school that had been quote unquote failing was to shut it down and have the students go to some of the other schools in the city of Burlington. And so this was a school that's called, the Phoenix Rising School. And it's a school where, as you can see, there are students who are attending that school who are empowered, who feel that they have a role as a change maker, and that they're at the age, of 10 and 11 and 12, really authentically contributing to their community to improve the quality of life. So a lot of the resources that are tools that have been used for that school are available on a website called the Sustainable Schools Project. So there's toolkits, there's a wonderful program called Healthy Neighborhoods, Healthy Kids, where the students that were developed here in Burlington, along with a school in Ukraine, ended up identifying their school. They got to give their community a report card, and they walk around the city and they say, here's a report card on the quality of life. And then they go back and they figure out what they can do and what they can't do to improve the quality of life. And so this was just one little snapshot because I felt we had to hear kids' voices. We couldn't end a conference on ESD without the voices of children. So thanks very much for having a few minutes for me to share from Burlington to you.
And that Healthy Cities curriculum is a free download.
Yep, everything's free.
So I'm gonna, again, some of these things are gonna be good resources that I'm not gonna necessarily cover, but people can look at just because from some side conversations, there's some things that some people wanted to know about. And I thought if they did, then some of the others might as well. So when we talk about higher education, getting away from the ivory tower approach and being engaged in the community, we realize it's necessary, it's highly essential for dealing with these wicked problems, especially climate change. I had the opportunity to participate in the World Environmental Education Congress in Gothenburg, Sweden, just a couple months ago. And one of the things that concerned me a little bit, and a great session with RCEs from all over the world, especially Western Europe, but also Asia and Africa and so forth. And one of the things that concerned me in that session is a lot of the folks at higher education had a different view of their role vis-a-vis the community. It was very much instead of collaborating with the stakeholders and viewing them as co-researchers, it was much more it was not this. It was much more a unidirectional flow from the PhD faculty researchers to these kind of unwashed heathens. That like parachute in and we'll solve your problems. We'll give you these things, which is quite different than collaborative participatory action research, which is the model that we tend to use. And I want to just introduce, I've mentioned Ernest Boyer. So Boyer's scholarship of engagement is really important. And some of you folks say, well, I could never get tenure if I got involved with it, if I became an engaged scholar. You got to just be a plain old scholar that publish or perish and bring in lots and lots of grants. But Boyer was an amazing educator, and he coined this term scholarship of engagement, meaning connecting the rich resources of colleges and universities, of higher education, to the most pressing social, civic, and ethical problems to our children, to our schools, to our teachers, to our cities. So he talked about, higher education should be related to the humane application of learning to life. It sounds like John Dewey, that's not by chance. He viewed campuses as staging grounds for action, not just isolated little islands. The academic and civic cultures need to communicate more continuously and creatively. Think of those two, in that Venn diagram of the two circles overlapping rather than a one-way flow from university to community. So it's important. So universities need not work in isolation on their sustainability initiatives, but extend beyond their walls to link with these other stakeholders. It's so important. And service learning is the means by doing that, community engagement. These partnerships or collaborations between university students and their local communities can help work towards sustainable futures. It's a scholarship of engagement that actualizes itself in the curriculum via service learning, giving the chance to the students to see how their skills can be applied, offer reconfiguration of how we think about education and citizenship. A lot in the United States, at least, a lot of people sneer when you talk about civics. Oh my God, and so it's being redefined, thank goodness. So just think of, we have these different models of scholarship, and engaged scholarship brings together the scholarship of teaching, the scholarship of discovery, which is what, when you create new knowledge and publish it in peer-reviewed journals, the scholarship of application. Sometimes you're using tried and true methodologies, but just applying it to your particular place, your community, that nobody else has done before. And then the scholarship of integration. We're great about analysis, about breaking down, but we often are not so effective at synthesis, at integration, at holistically bringing things back together again. Everybody probably knows what service learning is, so I'll just cut through that. But just to point out that in at least some of the courses at the university, 40% of all the designated service learning courses at the University of Vermont deal with sustainability. 40%, most of them in environmental studies, natural resources, and community development applied economics. And so it's intentional, it's not an afterthought, it's by design. Community engagement is built right into the course from the get-go, which means a lot of time for you as a faculty member to build trust with your community partner. Sometimes it takes a good year while you're logistically setting up everything so that you're sure that it will succeed. Well, you're never sure that it will succeed, but so you have a better chance of it succeeding. Real world problem solving. So in sustainability education course that I've been teaching for many years, here's some of the term projects. The students develop curriculum units and field test some of the activities with their community partners, most of whom are K through 12 teachers in schools, but some cases they're NGOs like Shelburne Farms, like Hunger Free Vermont, like Intervale Center, and others. But you'll see it's not just renewable energy and green buildings, which is what you see most places, but talking about genetically modified organisms. Vermont's the only state that mandates notification that food contains GMOs. we're being sued by Monsanto and the Grocers Association of America and others. So it's going to be in the courts for a while. On co-ops, on overconsumption, tying in with what Philip was talking about in terms of some of the priority areas. But down near the end there, again, because of the influence of the Gund Institute, many of our students have taken courses, on Gender and Progress Indicator, on valuing ecosystem services, and a lot of big research initiative on valuing ecosystem services related to pollinators. Nobody else is doing that. So they've developed some curriculum units at the elementary level, middle school level, and high school level, and they're being, dispersed around the world. The last one there, green roofs and eco machines. So on our campus, we have the Rubenstein School of Environment and Natural Resources is in a LEED Platinum certified building. It was an existing building from 1982, but it was renovated. It's much easier to build a virgin building, a building from scratch than it is to take an existing one and bring it up to speed. But students were actively engaged over a 10-year period in working for that LEED certification. So over 400 students were involved through my class and other classes in working on projects to get those LEED points, those points for the LEED certification. I see way too many colleges and universities that have devoted millions of dollars to green buildings, LEED Gold, LEED Platinum buildings and so forth, and yet they don't take advantage of effective interpretation, of communicating about that. They'll have signs on the walls, just little signs on the walls, just lots of facts and figures that people can't relate to. The solar panels on this roof generate 186,212 BTUs. What does that mean? Most people don't have a clue what that's all about. Relate it. This is the equivalent of, heating the average 16 houses in America or things like that. Again, using analogy, metaphor, and simile, being an effective interpreter. So think about interpretation, communicating about natural history and cultural heritage to visitors to national parks or nature centers or museums or botanical gardens. Interpretation is not just for those venues, but it's also for our college campuses as we develop sustainability initiatives. We need to tell prospective students and their parents as well as the larger community and use them actively in research and teaching. So here's some science students in one of my class developed. So not only personal interpretation, but non-personal interpretation. In the case of science, web pages, posters, and so forth. Do this. We have, monitors with lucid monitors with live time. But they're also where we show videos. So we have lots of videos that people visiting our campus can poke in and watch these various videos about the green roof and the eco machine and so forth. So eco machine, we had the good fortune of having John Todd on our faculty for over 25 years. Won just about every environmental prize and award you can. Canadian by birth, lives on Cape Cod, designed these living machines or eco machines for treating organic waste, including human waste. And so in natural waste, a conventional tertiary sewage treatment plant in the United States is an engineering solution, but it's not a natural solution. In fact, you add alum to settle out the solids. In nature, the solids are kept in suspension to be acted on by microorganisms to be broken down into carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and so forth. So this is used for research. So human waste from the toilets goes into these huge tank underneath the building, and then it comes into this train, these 3 trains of tanks where natural organisms act on it. So it's the microorganisms on the root systems of these plants primarily. So mostly we're talking about aerobic decomposition. There's one level that's anaerobic as well, and then with a little wetland area to polish it off at the end. And then this waste is recycled back into the toilets again with ultraviolet light shine out. No chemicals ever used. So again, interpretation, helping people to understand what's going on in these eco machines. They're elegant, they're gorgeous, but they're also very effective. It's the root systems of habitat. So again, interpretive messages. We also have a green roof. So the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, gave us a grant for $1.3 million to have what we think is the only experimental green roof in the world. So it has 8 ecosystems, and we're studying which plants and which soil substrates are best. So we have sedum, and we also have coreopsis or dwarf tick seed, and then we also have soil, soil and compost, soil and biochar, compost and biochar. Which are best for absorbing, again, with climate change, wet places getting wetter, dry places getting drier. Vermont's a wet place. And we're getting more and more flash events, like Hurricane Irene on the last day of August of 2011, which had billions of dollars of damage to Vermont through heavy flooding. But these flash events, green roofs can help a lot by absorbing some of that moisture and releasing it slowly. So again, used actively, and again, keeping the buildings cooler in the summertime, dealing with that heat island effect. So we have these 8 ecosystems, and you can see where when the water comes down after rain or melts from snow, comes in here and it's monitored. Okay, we're in similarly at the building, wood from our own research forest, sustainably harvested, Forest Stewardship Council approved, and so forth. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that and just emphasize a couple of other things and mostly serve as resources. So if you go to the video, you will see the URL for stuff about stories, the importance of sustainability stories to help us to work toward the transition to sustainability, to alternatives to the status quo, to mainstream ways of doing things. Also talking about and the importance of role models or exemplars, the importance of video. I haven't heard people talking about video too much. So all my students, since 1993, all the students in my Sustainable Communities course have developed videos about sustainability heroes and heroines, exemplars in our community, and gotten those out. Some of them were analog and then more recently digital videos, and helped to tell the story of these people that we could follow up, take a page out of their book to live more sustainable lifestyles. I want to just show a couple of other resources that are on here. And that has to do with, here we go, let me go down to here so people can read this at their leisure. So I have I'll have these videos, so you can look at these videos that the students produce are generally about 3 to 6 minutes. So you can look at examples and have hundreds of these. Some of them aren't legal. I mean, they didn't pay ASCAP fees for using John Denver or James Taylor or Joan Baez film, sound system. But anyhow, you'll see on the webpage how you can watch those. Other things, just one of the other things that concern me real quickly is I see way too many people doing sustainability practice. It's kind of like a practice in search of a theory. They're just grabbing at a methodology for doing something, but not thinking about theory. What's the theoretical underpinnings for why they're doing what they're doing? So I think Rachel and Steve Kaplan, University of Michigan, have great examples with their reasonable person model. So that's on there as well. Some stuff on ecological economics is on this page, as well as the PLACE program that I mentioned, the place-based education program that Walter Pullman runs. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tom and Vegas. Terrific presentation. You may also have noticed that Tom Huntsman has the amazing capacity to get an enormous amount of words in a very, very short time period, which ordinarily would be wonderful, but we've got translation. So I'm going to encourage all future speakers, starting with Stephen Roy, to slow the pace down just a little bit so that our translators can keep up with you, and so that our Spanish speakers will be able to hear the full breadth and depth of your knowledge. So, for our final presentation for the morning, I bring you RCE Maurice, Quebec, Mr. Stephen Roy Cullen. Thank you, sir.
Merci. We're just getting things, the technical aspects figured out, and we'll get started. I'll just present myself maybe for starters. My name is Stephen Roy Cullen, and I'm from the RCE Mauricie Sans Quebec, but we actually call it back home CERED Mauricie Sans Quebec, because we translate everything in Quebec. CERED stands for Centre d'Expertise Régionale en Éducation et Développement Durable, which is a direct translation of RCE for Education for Sustainable Development. Oh, we've got
technical, it's not working on, it's gotta go on a PC. Can we put the PC on?
Unfortunately, our PC will not connect to their system.
Okay. All right, well, it seems as though we have a PowerPoint problem. I think we'll just go on without the PowerPoint, or I'll have it with me just to remind me of the issues I want to discuss. But you're going to have some writing that's not going to appear correctly. It was done on a PC and now it's on a Mac, so there's compatibility difficulties. Okay, so during my presentation, the agenda of my presentation, I want to discuss our region, just to situate where we are located. I'm gonna talk, oh yeah, just talk in front of this microphone. Okay, the context of sustainable development governance in Quebec is really important to understand where we are at. I'll present afterwards our RCE, where we're at as well, recent progress that we've had, because we are moving forward, success stories, and then I have call to action for all of you. All right. Mauricie, Centre du Québec. Now, you may have noticed that there's a spelling error on my card there. It's not Mauricie, it's Mauricie. So it's like Maurice. Okay? Mauricie, Centre du Québec. So Quebec, this is where Quebec is on the map compared to, in relevance to Grand Rapids, Michigan, right there. So we're not too far away. We're also in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River Basin. So all pollution that is sent into Lake Michigan ends up in the St. Lawrence River, ends up in our drinking water downstream. So there you are. So we're based in Trois-Rivières, which is the city that hosts us. So 3 rivers. And this is where these are the different regions in Quebec. There are 17 administrative regions in Quebec to help the government administrate different policies and different laws. And we are situated in zone 4 and 17. So you'll see it on the next map that's coming up. There you go, it's an orange color right there. So our region in numbers, it's pretty vast, 42,368 square kilometers. A lot of unpopulated area, a lot of natural resources. The northern part is the less densely inhabited portion of our region. There's 7.5 inhabitants per square kilometer. On the southern side, which is on the road in between Montreal and Quebec City, there's a lot more industry, a lot more farming, a lot more people. So 34.7 inhabitants per square kilometer. So it's a different reality, but we do have a lot of things in common. The 4 main cities are Trois-Rivières, Drummondville, Victoriaville, and Shawinigan. Shawinigan is an Aboriginal name. The regional landmarks, and so here you have the St. Lawrence River Basin, and so you see how it can affect whatever happens within the basin can affect us. Most of our landmarks are natural landmarks. So we have, of course, the St. Lawrence River and the St. Maurice River, which goes right through the Mauricie region, and Trois-Rivières, where we're based once again, is at the I don't know how to call that in English, but the connection point of the 2 rivers. There's a big national park within our region because we have a prime minister that originates from Shawinigan, and he decided to create a national park in our region. So it's it's one of our landmarks as well. Lac Saint-Pierre UNESCO Biosphere Reserve is also situated within our region. Actually, it's in between the 2 regions. It's in the St. Lawrence River. It suffers from many threats from humans, from agriculture. There's fishing that is threatened right now, but thankfully communities are getting together to better the ecosystem. It's also a Ramsar site. And we have a university which allowed us to become an RCE. l'Université du Québec à Trois-Rivières. Okay, see, this is what I was talking about. Some text is out of whack there. Okay, regional strengths. So we've based our RCE on these 3 strengths, which is probably similar to many of your RCEs: human capital, natural capital, energy capital. As I was saying, we're a very natural resource region of the world, but similarly as Grand Rapids and Burlington, we were the paper mill capital of the world a couple of years ago. I'd say about 50 to 100 years ago, we were the paper mill capital of the world. And we would bring the wood down the river, just like in Grand Rapids, all the way to Trois-Rivières. And but today, the paper mills are almost all gone. There's only 2 left. And our economy is transforming. It's moving towards a more diversified economy, a tourist economy, and also an energy economy. We've always been a center place for energy because we have the river, we have current. So those hydro dams that were built many years ago by Shawinigan Power. Of course, in Quebec, well, those who know about Quebec, there's a state-run electricity company. There is no competition. It's a monopoly in Quebec. And at first it was Shawinigan Power, but now it's Hydro-Quebec that manages all of the electricity in Quebec. And there are still many dams on our St. Maurice River. And today we are moving towards alternative energies for transport, because in Quebec, transportation is where we have the most greenhouse gas emissions. So in Shawinigan and Trois-Rivières, especially Shawinigan, the paper mills disappeared. Well, now we're going towards we have companies that have established themselves to build what are they called? The bornes électriques, electric. Well, it's to plug in the car, the plug-in. Yeah. Anyway, the plug-in thing. So and there are other companies coming along for solar, but I don't want to go too far into this, but in Quebec, solar panels are not really interesting because we have Hydro-Quebec. We don't, it's only solar thermal that is used within Quebec. Very little solar photovoltaic. Anyway, that's to talk to you about the energy potential in our area. So what about sustainable development governance in Quebec? We have provincial legislation. We adopted in Quebec the Sustainable Development Act in 2006. It defines 16 principles. It's actually pretty extensive, and it enshrines the process from strategy to reporting. So the government has a strategy to bring sustainable development forward. There are principles of education within this act. And the government has to report on it annually. There's a strategy, and then there's also different action plans according to the ministry or the government body that is host. Sadly, this provincial legislation, the application is limited to the provincial administration. So it means that it has difficulty getting out of the ministries. So on the ground, we haven't seen the impact so much. It's really, it lacks clout. So limited results since 2006, limited funds for implementation, and in reality, ministries are still doing the same thing as they were doing in 2006, even though they say, well, yeah, we're going towards sustainability. If you take it, for example, the Ministry of Transport, I mean, if there's a traffic problem, what do? We build another road. That's the solution still today. In Montreal, we have tons of problems with bridges because it's a city on an island. And instead of putting public transport, well, the transport ministry wants to build another bridge. So they just recently built another one, and they're talking about building another one soon. So, which is a problem. However, the government is involved outside ministries. It's involved on the ground as well, slightly. I emphasize slightly. The government funds two types of organizations. The we don't see it here, but the environmental regional councils and the catchment basin organizations. I work for a regional environmental council for the RCE region, and we're the secretariat of the RCE. So they put a bit of money within this this structure. So there is some action going forward. And in Quebec, I have to say that all the territory is divided into catchment basins to manage the watersheds. There are plenty of NGOs working in education for sustainable development, working at promoting sustainable development. It's very diverse. You have private organizations, you have nonprofits, citizen-based organizations. So, and there are some that are specifically taking care of ESD. You have examples here. ESD in Quebec is underneath the responsibility of the Ministry of Education. Honestly, they put it in their text, but there's nothing much going on in education for sustainable development in a government way. It all goes through independent organizations. And there's many different organizations, very little coordination, and there's a lack of teacher education. I emphasize that, lack of teacher education, because one of the reasons why we wanted to create an RCE in our region is that lack of teacher education. Yes, why an RCE? Well, better long-term impact. Who's teaching a teacher? We need to teach teachers. Sustainable development is not, there's a lot of people talking about sustainable development, but in reality, there's very little understanding about sustainable development. We need better networking. Like I said, there's many organizations, but they're not necessarily working together. And we need better outreach to the private sector, because the private sector are still doing things very unsustainably. Our vision is to, similar to your visions, I'm sure, make the Mauricie and Centre Quebec flagship regions for sustainable development, or in other words, make sustainable development the way of life. Our mission is to educate the public, especially the decision makers, in order to ensure better understanding of the concept of sustainable development, share and keep posted on best practices so as to achieve sustainable development in the Mauricie and Centre Quebec regions. Our main objectives, and here it's hidden a bit, but our research leadership in the field of ESD, increase knowledge and expertise in ESD, integrate the principles of SD, sustainable development in development initiatives, and mobilize local strengths towards ESD. We've got a long way to go. Difficulties met. I've explained to you the situation in Quebec, and there is a serious lack of funding for any RCE organization of that type, because there are already the regional environmental councils that have a mission that is quite similar. There's maybe the social and economic aspects are not as present, and maybe we could include those aspects to the regional environmental councils, and that would become an RCE. The partners in our RCE are overwhelmed with other projects. They do not see what we can bring to them. The mission that we have, like I was saying, is similar to other missions of other organizations, so the partners don't necessarily want to come on board. And we had no official coordination until the summer of 2014. We were created in 2013. So we're a pretty relatively new RCE. Recent progress. We have a new website, and on this website, I'm not going to show it to you. You can navigate it. You have the address right there. It's in French right now. One of our objectives is to get it translated. Well, I will translate it eventually. This website, we were talking about getting a database done to collect all the information, all the projects that are being done in our region, because there are projects in sustainable development, there are projects in education for sustainable development within our region, but we don't know about them necessarily. And a lot of people are doing these projects without even knowing that they are sustainable projects, that they are within the ESD curriculum. We've got an action plan. We had a first one just to set our foundations, to get the website going, to get the coordination going. Our second action plan is now moving forward from that. We're working on a half-day teacher training workshop, so we're going to be able to tour the different schools in the school board. That's the idea. We're not there yet. That's what we're going to be working on in the next months. We really need to increase our partners, so we're going to outreach to more partners and get them to sign an engagement declaration. So we're working on that right now. We are also looking forward, and this is where the university is interested in what we're doing. They would love to have an ESD International Summer School as of next summer. So part of my presence here was funded by the university because they want me to get information to organize this international summer school. So I have a call to action later on, and I've got things for you, some homework for you. Of course, database upkeep. We've created the database, now we've got to fill it and upkeep it. Success stories, just to tell you a bit of what's happening in our region. Many of you have already met Claude Poudrier. He is instigator of the PEAK, the Program of Environmental Education and Citizenship. And he's had much success in putting this program forward. It's research action within the school system from K5, that's how you say it in English, K5, all the way through to high school. So to K17, can you say that? 17, okay. K12, oh, okay. Oh, 12th grade, right, okay, got it. This project is one of my favorites, BioBlitz. It's something that's been going for 3 years in Trois-Rivières, and now Shawinigan loves the project and they want to do it as well. They're doing it this week or next week. Anyway, the BioBlitz is one day, intense day, where they invite the scientists and public at large who want to hands-on, get action, get their hands in the dirt, and I'm looking for the word, do an inventory of biodiversity, a really rapid inventory of biodiversity they have the data, and the data is used by the city for protection issues, for management issues. So every year they move from one river basin, or should I say creek basin, they're little rivers, to another across the city territory, which is very, very interesting. There's a river that goes right through our city, and it's not really, in the past, hasn't been really well managed, the Rivière Millet. And there is an organization right now that is really piloting, pushing forward better management, and it's coming from the people, from the base, from the grassroots. And there's they got a school to partner with them, and they've gone on the territory, on the land to remove all pollutants within the river, debris. And now they have this there's a social housing not far from the river, and they were just, kids were playing within the river basin and dumping stuff in there. They didn't know what it was, but now they're, how should I say it? Ils s'approprient la rivière. They're developing sort of like an ownership of the river, and they are protecting, the kids in that neighborhood are protecting the river and telling adults, watch out, don't, watch out for the tree, keep the tree in a good situation. Having a little trouble with my English, so I'm sorry with that, but if you have any questions later, it'll be my pleasure to answer them. Parc comestible, which translates to edible parks. It was a nice project. It was a short-term project. Last year we planted fruit trees throughout the city in different parks and near community gardens. So instead of just having vegetables, now the community has access to fresh fruit. So call to action. As I was saying earlier, we are interested in hosting an international summer school in ESD, and we would like to gather your feedback. So I have here some surveys. But it's also a web survey, so if you prefer doing it on the web, I also have the web address. So I'd like you, I'm gonna move away from microphone, is that all right? I'm gonna move away from microphone and hand out these surveys. And if you can fill them out and give them back to me during the day, there's no rush. And it's gonna help us out to organize this international summer school. So I'm open to questions from now on. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you. That's very interesting. You've done a lot of work. I'm just wondering, in terms of the school system in Quebec, have CEGEPs, maybe explain what CEGEPs are, and have they been an integral part of your program and across the province as an educational partner?
Very good question. Not yet. I forgot to tell you, because I didn't even cover the governance structure. Oh yeah, I gotta go to the other microphone. Okay. I didn't actually cover the governance structure. Our main partners are the University of Quebec and Trois-Rivières, the school board, so primary schools, high schools. The CEGEP is not involved yet, but we would love them to be involved. In Quebec, this is particular in Quebec. The rest of Canada is not like this. But we have these public colleges, professional education colleges, and general education colleges. And it's basically like 2 to 3 years education, 2 to 3 years in between high school and university. So it prepares high school students for university, or prepares them for the job market. And they do have, there's a program in Quebec that's called Green CEGEP and the CEGEP Vert, and there are many CEGEPs that are involved in that program for sustainability within the colleges. And the 2 colleges in our area are in that program. So I'm sure they are open to participating, and so it's one of my objectives to meet them soon. Does that answer your question? Excellent.
Other questions? Très bien. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Cullen.
Merci.
Okay, what an interesting morning we've had already today, and more to come yet this afternoon. This is our time for our lunch break. We're calling them Lunch and Learn, and we're going to escort you over to the Grand Rapids Public Museum, where we'll have lunch and an opportunity to tour the facility a little bit. Jane, I think they're going to have an opportunity to move through the museum, yes? Some kind of a tour. Okay, okay. Jane Bush, you met yesterday. Jane is going to lead you over, and I'm going to follow along behind for stragglers. You might want to take a moment for the bathroom before you leave here, but we'll leave in, let's say, 5 minutes. 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, so the doors in this room will be locked, so you may leave computers or anything else that you wish to hear. We'll be coming right back to this space. Mayor of here, you know you, my friend. We serve together on regulation from the United States. Just up the road from you, just home, activities.